Yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. She does now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. She will be this year. We promise she does Yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. She does now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. Oh yeah, yes I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. She does now. We don't run away. Yes I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run We promise she does now. We promise she does now. Oh yeah, yes I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. She does now. We don't run away. Yes I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. We don't run away. We promise she does now. We promise she does now. Oh yeah, yes I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no Mashiach will be here this year. We promise you now. We promise you now. We don't run away. We promise you now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no Mashiach will be here this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise you now. We promise you now. We don't run away. We promise you now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise you now. We promise you now. We don't run away. We promise you now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise you now. We promise you now. We don't run away. We promise you now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise you now. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be this year. We promise you now. We promise you now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. I love you, I promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. We promise you now, we don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise you now, we promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. We promise you now, we promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. I love you, I promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. We promise you now, we don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise you now, we promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. We promise you now, we promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. I love you, I promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. We promise you now, we don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise you now, we promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. We promise you now, we promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't be this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. I love you, I promise you now, we promise you now, we don't run away. We promise you now, we don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be this year. You will be this year. We promise you now, we promise you now, we Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she don't feel this year. Yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. She just now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she will be. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she don't feel this year. Yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. She just now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she will be. You will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she don't feel this year. Yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. She just now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she will be. You will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run we promise she just now. We promise she just now. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she don't feel this year. Yes, I'll have no fear. Oh, she will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. don't run away. I guess I'll have to wait, but she will be. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Don't run away. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Don't run away. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Oh yeah, I guess I'll have to pay her, but she don't pay this year. I guess I'll have to pay, but she don't pay this year. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. We don't wanna run. Hey, mama, she got down. She got down. We don't wanna run. I guess I'll have to pay, but she don't pay this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't pay this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't pay this year. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. We don't wanna run. Hey, mama, she got down. She got down. We don't wanna run. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't pay this year. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Don't run away. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. We don't run away. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't pay this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't pay this year. Hey, mama, she got down. Hey, mama, she got down. We don't wanna run. Hey, mama, she got down. She got down. We don't wanna run. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't pay this year. Hey, mama, she got down. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't hear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. Hey, mama, she got now. Hey, mama, she got now. We don't run away. Hey, mama, she got now. She got now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. Hey, mama, she got now. Hey, mama, she got now. We don't run away. Hey, mama, she got now. Hey, mama, she got now. Hey, mama, she got now. We don't run We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. We want Mashiach now. Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. You will be. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. We want Mashiach now. Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. You will be. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. You will be. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to pray. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We want Mashiach now. Hello, Caesar. How are you? I have. If I may ask, how long would you like to go today? Absolutely. And specifically, what do you think that your audience will find most interest in? Is it futurology? Is it ufology? Is it? I'll certainly cover my project, but what specifically do you think that they find most interest? Most certainly. Yeah, so if you don't mind, just like a basic outline, perhaps I'll give an introduction of who I am and what I do. I do talk a little bit about futurology and a little bit about the topics that I cover within futurology, life extension technology, and mind uploading technology. And then we can certainly go into some of the more spiritual aspects about humanity and what we believe as Jews and what perhaps just overall from a humanitarian standpoint or humanist standpoint is believed. And, and we can certainly take it from there. Um, so, specifically, if I may ask, do you ever get into ufology? Okay, absolutely. And um, because I do cover that quite a bit over the course of what I discuss. Um, and so if we perhaps go down that road a little bit, then um, hopefully that's not a major issue. Generally, what I get asked about a lot is alien disclosure from a Judaic perspective and just a religious perspective. What happens when we may have disclosure? How does it affect humanity? How will it affect Judaism? So people are interested in that. And then let's see, um, we can certainly get into like what would happen if we had alien disclosure and give kind of from a Judaic perspective, a speculative perspective of what that may be. And um, I also very much like to, I'm a futurist, so I like to forecast perhaps where we're moving toward in the future. So I don't know if that would be of interest to your audience, but basically, if I give an overall future outlook of where we're moving from a civilization standpoint, perhaps things like
maybe some mega projects that we may be seeing, what we're going to perhaps see from 2030 to 2040, 2040 to 2050, 2050 to 2060 and beyond. Do you think they would find that? Sure, take your time. And yeah, 2030 to 2040, 2040 to 2050, 2050 to 2060 and beyond. Is this a live podcast or is it recorded? Okay, so excellent. And as I understand Music Riverside, uh, I stay in the room after we're done and let it upload, correct? I do my best to not. I will say this: I did get a new router just recently, so it may have some uh, quirkiness, but it should be okay. It actually should be faster. But if for any reason I disconnect, just know I'll rejoin immediately. Oh yes, one other thing: is it okay if we cover artificial intelligence? Okay, excellent. Well, I am ready when you are. God willing. And in my camera, do you see it correctly facing you, meaning like the writing is in the correct manner? Excellent. Okay, great. And what's the correct pronunciation of your first name? Okay, excellent. No, it's not. Some people have different variations of the name, so yeah, absolutely. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, and it's a privilege to be here with you, Caesar. Yeah, so in my dwelling, I have multiple cameras that are streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, but essentially, I give an audience a 360-degree view of what my life is like on a daily basis. We've seen over the course of the last more than 4 years that I've been doing this the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is really like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. And I think that it's an interesting project. In the past, I might have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But in the modern age, I have the opportunity to utilize video as my medium, which I do, to give people not just a portal into what my life is like currently, but I think that I am telling a story not just about my life, but about human existence that may be studied by the people of the future. Um, I would say that I am conscious of the fact that I am streaming. But in terms of wasting time, I think that even that may be of interest to future generations of people. So I don't rush anything necessarily and give people really a 24/7, 365 view into my life. And just like I would have understanding as a viewer that things don't always happen as quickly as we want, I have that within my own life, and thus we see all the good and the bad that happen with an individual, whether it's laughing and happiness or sadness and frustration. I give the world my best view of what life is like in 2026. And it's not just the story of my life. I 24 hours a day keep a radio on in the background that documents human events, world news, so that you can literally go back to any moment of any day within the last more than 4 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world events. So it's essentially like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. Oh, absolutely. I think that's a phenomenal idea, and I think you should do it. I think it would be beneficial for you, beneficial for the interviewee, and for your audience as well. You would basically be documenting life as someone experienced it, and the wisdom that perhaps would be lost would be preserved in your podcast because you had the foresight to be able to archive it. And especially today with data centers and servers throughout the world, the odds are that this type of information may be able to be saved indefinitely, which is really an exciting premise. In the past, much of the archive or the archives of human history had to be like what you're saying on stone or on metal or something that was perhaps able to undergo fire and theft and perhaps some types of breaking or other types of environmental stresses. And we've only gotten a snapshot of what life was like in ancient times and since then. But with the advent of video and the ability to archive data, the opportunities are endless, and you'll be able to preserve that wisdom not just for the 21st century, but in centuries beyond, which I feel is a really exciting premise. So, um, if I would say, I think that you should do that in addition to the normal podcast that you do. I think that you'll find a lot of value in preserving the wisdom that would otherwise be lost. Well, I perhaps not anymore. Though some people do maybe write some things on metal. I've heard of like seed phrases for cryptocurrencies that are written on metal, but certainly not huge amounts of documents. Generally, it's either paper or now the digital age. It's just probably too difficult to be able to source that those types of um, materials, and then to be able to preserve them. I mean, just think if you wanted to write an entire book on perhaps stone or metal, you'd have to store it. and it would be very difficult to do so, especially in the modern age where storage can become an issue. But with the idea of scanning it or archiving it from a digital sense, the opportunities are endless, especially with the growth of the digital world. As I understand, digital data out exceeded analog data in about the year 2002. So basically, the year 2002 is very important in and around then, where the digital, the amount of data that was saved digitally actually surpassed what we had from an analytical aspect. And many people consider that to be the start of the digital age, though those are arguments neither here nor there. That is an important event where more data was archived on from a digital standpoint, then an analog standpoint, and then ever since then, we've only seen a major expansion from a digital standpoint, and now 99% of most all data is digital, when 30 years ago that was not true. Well, that's an excellent question. How are these things preserved? So we have certainly organizations like Google or Amazon Web Services that have servers that are that have redundant backups. So there are different locations around the world that where these servers are located. So, in case there's any kind of major malfunction or a war, or perhaps a major environmental issue, or even perhaps a meteor impact, if one of these server facilities were to either be put offline or destroyed for whatever reason, there are redundant backups around the world. So, really, it would almost take the entire Earth, something catastrophic occurring. And um, I'm someone who I have certifications in big data, and specifically from Amazon Web Services, and am quite impressed with the amount of redundancy that these organizations have created in case anything ever happens. And it's really inspired my project as well. I'm not satisfied with just having one stream going at any given time. I have up to 25 different streams going 24 hours a day on multiple platforms, including Twitch and YouTube and Rumble and Twitter, you name it. Essentially, if you can stream on there, I am doing so, so that I also have redundant streams that are preserved for future generations. And if any one of my cameras goes out, I have backups. If any of my um, devices needs an update, or I lose power to one of the devices, I do my best to have redundant backups. And then, if for any reason, let's say the internet goes out or something like that occurs, I have GoPros that I can archive long periods of time of my life if needed as backups as well. And I have a large collection of terabyte backups of hard drives and SD cards that I have accumulated over the course of the last near half decade, that I also have to be as a backup from a digital standpoint. And uh, just just like I need to have redundant backups for my streams, these larger organizations do as well. And then we don't run into an issue like perhaps the Library of Alexandria, where much of the known knowledge of the world and many scrolls in particular were burned. And this has happened at different points in human history where perhaps major secrets and mysteries of not just human but Earth's history may have been lost. It seems as if we've been able to hopefully overcome that from a practical standpoint and be able to now, in the modern age, preserve much of this information, hopefully indefinitely. That's correct. Much of it is a mystery. Now, we do have some like Egyptian mystery religion texts that were able to be saved, but many of the scrolls there were not. In fact, there have been other fires that have occurred in major libraries, specifically generally in the Middle East, where fire actually has helped to preserve the documents, and that would be if we have any kind of documentation on stone tablets. Fire tends to harden them, so in some ways, fire can actually help to preserve, but generally it's destructive. But really, the questions that the scrolls, primarily in some of the ancient libraries, may have been lost and may have been lost forever, or at least within the foreseeable future. And it's a shame, and that's why with any kind of data that we have, or any kind of important document, or um, any type of major project, it's great to have redundancy and backups of the backups. And it does seem like with the modern server system this is done. These servers are located on different continents. They at no time, when even like they're backed up or they have uh, information being transferred, generally it's not done on multiple servers simultaneously. In case anything has occurred, the backups could be utilized if needed. And I think that that's really a wonderful way to be able to preserve this type of information, to hopefully avoid any kind of data loss in the future like we've had in the past. Most certainly. So we call it the Hebrew Bible. And just to lend some clarification, uh, the the Book of Thomas, or the Gospel of Thomas, was discovered in Egypt in 1945. They were not. It was not part of the initial the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were discovered in the winter of 1946 to 1947, and this occurred along the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea, in Qumran specifically. So, um, but the timeline there is very close. So within about a year or so, we have the discovery of uh, the the gospel, what's traditionally known as the Gospel of Thomas, which is not, from a Christian perspective, to my knowledge, it's a non-canonical Gnostic text. Uh, and then we have the Dead Sea Scrolls with their discovery in between 1946 and 1947, by which is just an amazing story. Bedouin goat herders. I just think that that's just a phenomenal idea, that some goat herders in a cave near an ancient settlement were able to find the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then really be able to find some fragments of the Book of Enoch that were discovered within that, and generally they're in Aramaic, and uh, these are these are also, at least the Book of Enoch is not part of the Hebrew Bible, but it is. So generally, it's excluded from the modern mainstream biblical canons, but nevertheless was an important discovery. And with what you're saying, these are discoveries that occurred within the last 100 years. And especially with the advancements in technology, with things like LIDAR or ground penetrating radar, there may be other secrets that still exist in some of these areas. And you brought up another really important point. Why weren't these included in traditional religious canons? Many of the reasons had to be for diplomatic reasons, some of them had to do with consistency reasons, uh, some just really had to do with uh, perhaps ensuring a certain doctrine was followed. And the people who made these decisions generally were groups of learned men. Women were generally excluded from these types of discussions. And it's unfortunate that it wasn't really a democratic process. It was very much either an aristocratic process or certainly uh, a theocratic or body that made these decisions, and who's to say that they were the correct decisions to be made? And again, who's to say that many of these important documents don't still exist in some other, perhaps, cave somewhere or underground, and many of these areas where these items are preserved are either like UNESCO heritage sites, or they're protected by one government body or another. And the ability for archaeologists to really be able to find more similar types of documents is sometimes limited. And hopefully, in the next 100 years or so, if anything else still does exist, we would perhaps be able to discover it and share it with the world, because much of this information is very interesting. Well, the idea is that the traditional books, the traditional canon of both Jewish and the Christian or any other type of major religion, uh, to exclude it was basically, in many ways, um, due to the fact that there were already established practices and already established traditions. And while it is something that really mainstream Judaism, and really, as I understand, most Christian denominations reject from the biblical canon, it wasn't just for one reason. There's contested authorship and dating. So the um, to give people an idea, who is Enoch? This is the great grandfather of Noah, and there's the thought. Most certainly, yes. And so scholars agree that this book was perhaps compiled by multiple authors. We don't know who they are, but generally between 300 before the Common Era and the first century of before the Common Era. And perhaps there was some prophetic inspiration that was believed to have ceased, perhaps around 450 before the Common Era. Generally, at least from the Jewish perspective, scholars excluded it. There are also doctrinal clashes. The book very famously describes fallen angels, many times known as the Watchers, mating with human women to produce giants, which contradicts uh, many ideas, particularly within both Judaism and, well, but predominantly within Christianity. But some ideas of this, um, it doesn't necessarily contradict the entirety of either Judaism or Christianity, but the idea, at least within, as I understand Christianity, that angels are non-sexual beings. There was some contradiction there, and then the idea also within, I believe, as I understand, the Christian standpoint, that the early councils of the church did not view the book as divinely inspired, even though um, there are perhaps some quotes of Enochian prophecy within the religious texts of Christianity. Many of the councils determined that quoting a non biblical text did not validate the entire work as scripture. So generally, it's considered apocryphal. And though there is what you were saying, one Christian group that does consider the Book of Enoch as canonical scripture, and I believe you're correct, it's the Ethiopian Orthodox, do lend that credence to the Book of Enoch. But generally, within Judaism, it's it's not part of our Hebrew Bible, and generally within most Christian denominations, it is not considered part of their religious their canon. Though some do consider it at least apocryphal. Most certainly. Um, Most certainly, there are some really interesting aspects of it. Also, the origin of demons. Generally, mainstream scriptures don't explain where demons come from, but the Book of Enoch offers an origin story. Generally, it claims that demonic spirits are disembodied souls of the Nephilim, the what some consider to be the wicked, cannibalistic giants born from the union of the fallen angels, the Watchers, and human women. Um, Having been found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the the complete text was thought to have been lost in Europe until it was rediscovered in Ethiopia at the towards the end of the 18th century, um, and then to be able to find multiple fragments from the book in Aramaic among the Dead Sea Scrolls towards the mid 20th century provided immense showed that it was immensely popular, perhaps during the Second Temple period. Uh, as we previously stated, there are perhaps some quotes of it within some religious denominations, but really, at least as I understand, it is, aside from in Ethiopia, it is non canonical. And the idea that we can perhaps get into of where the the origin or where we get some of these I would say that the idea of fallen angels might be of interest. So at least I can speak on this from a Judaic perspective. So um, what we believe in our Tanakh, which is uh, the our Torah, is Torah, the five books of Moses, prophets, and writings. This is generally, basically, the idea of the fallen angel is generally understood as a heavenly being that abandons its proper role It's a celestial being that rebels or descends improperly, and a supernatural being associated with corruption. Traditionally, this is what this is learned as. Um, the concept didn't happen immediately, it develops gradually. The Tanakh really contains very little explicit discussion. The the fullest Jewish fallen angel narratives do appear in this Anochic literature, and Rabbinic Judaism later de emphasized these traditions. So, we first probably should just understand what are we talking about, these angels in Judaism. So, the Hebrew pronunciation is malach, which translated as messenger or emissary. Generally, angels are seen as messengers of Hashem, what we call God. They perform divine assignments. They are not independent gods, and they generally act according to divine will. The primary biblical passage we find in Bereshit, Genesis, the book of Genesis, Genesis 6. Um, so the passage is uh, it describes humanity multiplying on earth, the sons of God seeing the daughters of humanity, marriages occurring between them. This is the appearance of the Nephilim and the existence of mighty men of renown. The verse is Bereshit 6:4, Genesis 6:4. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. So, the idea, some key terms in here are sons of God, certainly Nephilim. This is many times translated as fallen ones, those who have fallen giants in traditional translations, or violent ones. And the great question exists: were the sons of God angels? Uh, in ancient Jewish interpretations, generally argued sons of God does mean angels. Human women were the daughters of men, and the Nephilim were the offspring. There is another view of this that this could be human rulers. Many rabbinic authorities later argue that sons of God means rulers or nobles or judges. The biblical text never explicitly says angels, so it does remain somewhat of a mystery. Both interpretations have existed historically, and debate continues until today. Now, as we discussed a little earlier about the interest in this in Second Temple Judaism, there's this idea of the development of the Watchers. So basically, when we talk about Second Temple Judaism, we're talking about between 500 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era, essentially the fall of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. And we reviewed Bereshit 6, Genesis 6, same book, received expanded interpretation. There was detailed heavenly rebellion stories that emerged, and then this is where perhaps the Watcher tradition developed. And when we get into these Watchers, the Watchers are heavenly beings assigned to observe humanity. According to the book of Enoch, they descend to earth, they take human wives, they produce giant offspring, and they reveal forbidden knowledge. This is the closest Jewish equivalent to fallen angels. It's not explicit; these are not explicitly named in Genesis, but these are central figures in the Enochic literature. And then within the book of Enoch, we have um, really an expansion of Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6. So we have hundreds of watchers that descend in the book of Enoch. They swear an oath together. Humanity becomes corrupted. The giants devastate the earth. Divine judgment follows. Again, this is not part of Jewish biblical canon, um, but it is extremely influential during the Second Temple period. And this information was that which was found during the Dead Sea Scrolls. So basically, there's a question: what did these watchers teach? Allegedly, they taught uh, metallurgy, so weapons, armor, military technology, perhaps occult practices, sorcery, divination, astrology, perhaps cosmetics, jewelry, ornamentation, beautification techniques. These teachings symbolize corruption, and Enoch portrays knowledge being revealed improperly. The Nephilim according to Enoch, these were the children of the Watchers and women. They're gigantic beings. They're violent rulers, and they are contributors to pre-flood chaos. This interpretation interpretation primarily comes from the book of Enoch. Genesis or Bereshit is far less detailed, and it's really not necessarily accepted by all Jewish traditions. There's a question, why does the flood occur? So the Enochic explanation is that corruption spreads, giants devastate humanity, watchers corrupt civilization, and divine judgment follows. Really, Enoch links the flood directly to the Watchers, and Genesis emphasizes human wickedness. Now, getting into the Dead Sea Scrolls, these were the ancient manuscripts that were discovered generally between 1947 and 1956. They helped to preserve the Enochic literature, they helped to preserve the Book of the Giants, and confirm Watcher traditions that were known before Christianity. And uh, really, the later Jewish view within Rabbinic Judaism uh, is a shift of emphasis toward human responsibility, moral choices, and ethical behavior. The fallen angel speculation became less important. Human wickedness became the focus of Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6, and many rabbis preferred more neutral interpretations. Now, this does have an influence within Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, or just in many definitions, just mysticism in general. So, Jewish mysticism discusses these spiritual worlds and celestial beings. It does not center on fallen angels, it focuses on divine emanation and emphasizes cosmic repair. There's this idea that we have within Judaism, Tikkun Olam, which means prepare of the world. This is a major mystical concept, and it emphasizes restoration rather than rebellion. So, just from a Jewish perspective, it's kind of an overview of what we learned within these fallen angel discussions in the Book of Enoch. Judaism uh, does Judaism believe in fallen angels? Some ancient Jewish texts do, some later Jewish authorities do not. There is no single universal doctrine. Who are the Watchers, these heavenly beings described in Enochic literature? Really, it's Judaism's closest equivalent to fallen angels. Are fallen angels, question that's raised is, are fallen angels in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible? Not explicitly. The idea develops from interpretations of Genesis 6. And so, like, that's basically an overview of some of those really interesting things that were found that you're referencing, um, that were a 20th century phenomenon, or at least discovery, or perhaps in addition to a late 18th century discovery within Ethiopia, that we really don't have a perfect definition of. It still remains a mystery, but that's basically an overview. And to your point, there were other discoveries that occurred from an uh, theological standpoint and archaeological standpoint, like the Book of Thomas, around the same time, and really lends a an interest in my mind, and I'm sure in other people's minds, what else could be out there? Just because we've had the opportunity to perhaps discover some of these things doesn't mean that ancient mysteries still may remain in some other cave somewhere, or underground somewhere, or in some other hidden area. And what will we discover perhaps over the course of the 21st, or even into the future, that may perhaps give us more information of our own religions and how people interpreted religion in the past? Well, uh, we could say that, yeah, they're heavenly beings assigned to observe humanity. According to the Book of Enoch, they descend to earth, they take human wives, they produce giant offspring, and they reveal forbidden knowledge. Uh, the closest Jewish equivalent that we have are fallen angels, but this is not explicitly named in Bereshit or Genesis. But it is a central; they are central figures of Enochic literature. Well, the first question uh, was Noah considered a purebred human? Yes. So the idea of um, he wasn't Jewish, so we should say he predates Abraham. So he was polytheistic, and but that doesn't necessarily mean um, that he wasn't necessarily righteous. He's described as righteous and blameless among his contemporaries, and had uncorrupted character rather than necessarily um, a purebred, uh, seemingly distinct biological bloodline. Some texts um, do suggest that his lineage was physically unblemished and preserved from contamination by fallen angels or the Nephilim. Um, now, the Nephilim, I think the second part of your question was were the Nephilim wiped out in the flood? Was that your question? Excellent. So, according to at least biblical narrative, all the Nephilim alive at the time of the flood perished in the waters. The Hebrew Bible notes that they reappeared after the flood, leading to various theological theories on how they or their genetic traits return, such as through the wives of Noah's sons or new unions of fallen angels. the There are different theories that emerge. The topic generally of like how giants reappeared in the Bible has been widely debated by theologians and scholars for centuries. Some of the theories are a post flood union theory. This view suggests that additional fallen angels descended after the flood and cohabited with human women, creating a new generation of Nephilim. There's a genetic carrier theory. Some scholars and commentators propose that Noah's sons or the wives carried the Nephilim genetics either actively or as dormant traits through the ark, which perhaps later manifested in subsequent generations. There's a legend or exaggeration theory. Some historians and biblical interpreters believe that Nephilim became a generic term for exceptionally large warriors, like the Anakim and Rephaim in later generations, which suggests that the fearful report of giants, specifically what we find in Numbers, was perhaps exaggerated by Israelite spies to discourage the conquest of Canaan. Uh, there are some different interpretations, and then the idea perhaps of the survival of King Og. Some ancient Jewish traditions, including some commentaries, propose that King Og of Bashan physically survived the flood by clinging to the side of the ark or by having a stature so immense that the waters only reached his ankles. But generally, the idea is that the Nephilim who were alive at the time of the flood perished with the waters, and the idea of Noah generally is considered he was fully human, and while not Jewish, certainly was considered to have some righteousness. Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm fascinated by these conversations as well and data in general. So, for anyone out there who wonders why, Rabbi, would you archive your entire life and for what purpose, go ahead. Oh, most certainly. So, first and foremost, the easiest way to view my life 24/7, 365 is to type Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD into YouTube and filter by live. I cannot emphasize that enough. You want to filter by live because then you can view many of my streams at once, a basic multi stream as opposed to just one angle. And you can view that multi-stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Additionally, you can connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I take questions on religion, on secular topics. I lend pastoral support to a community. I certainly help people with issues from employment to relationships to positivity. We play games, we watch sports, we watch movies. If you are ever out there and you're looking to connect with someone, come to my Discord. I'm always available 24 hours a day. I will do my best to be of service to you in any way that I can help. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/ Rabbi Rothschild. And I mean it when I say I think it's arguable that I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. When I go viral, God willing, I do. Anyone who hears what I'm saying, including you, Caesar, and anyone else, I want to take away all of your problems, perhaps if you've ever had them financially. I want to give you the opportunity to have generational wealth. I want to be able to monetize my streams and my social media and to be a spokesperson for different organizations, take all of that money and be able to give it back to individuals so that you have generational wealth, that you all are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And God willing, someday, perhaps be able to ensure that your family never has to worry about anything and can focus on that which they find to be of enjoyment. Moreover, you can read my writings, which are available on my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com. I write certainly on religious topics, but really what's of fascination to me is technology, is AI, is futurism, um, even perhaps into the very far reaching aspects of humanity. I love to talk about topics like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like perhaps space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, technology like perhaps teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, ideas like Santa Claus machines. Many people don't know what a Santa Claus machine is. It's essentially a replicator that you would see perhaps in some type of Star Trek episode that is a 3D printer essentially connected to all of the different elements of the world, or really of the known world or known universe, that can create anything that you want at the push of a button. So think of a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it can use anything. These are types of technologies that are being developed. Moreover, I like to talk about things like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first de extinction has already taken place from one, depends how you want to define de extinction, but what we're talking about is a type of species that was once extinct and at least bringing it back to life or being able to hybridize it in some way to be able to at least take some of those once prominent genes and be able to insert them into a living species. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, basically creating hybrids of the direwolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And these are the types of events that I'm excited to be able to archive, in addition to the World Cup and America's bicentennial and the Olympic Games, and certainly all of the other important aspects of history that we've been able to record over the course of the last half decade or so. These are the types of really interesting human feats that I find to be of interest to be able to archive. Moreover, we're moving into a future where the average life expectancy for a Western individual is perhaps transitioning. What once was the average life expectancy of maybe perhaps about age 100, or pardon me, age 80 is moving to age 100, perhaps in the future 120 or older. And types of technology like reverse aging, perhaps therapies are being utilized to make what was, say, an 80-year-old of uh, today is was what a 50-year-old was of yesteryear, meaning that people are able to stay more mobile at later ages of life and have their mental clarity preserved, and really moving into the world of transhumanism. Now, I'm asked a lot, am I a transhumanist? I'm really neutral to the topic, but I am open minded. And so, for anyone who hears what I'm saying, I don't want you to have to experience anything that you don't want. So consent is first and foremost very important. But for those of us who may want to perhaps consider life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to be able to extend the average life expectancy of a human from age 80 to 100, 120, I don't want to necessarily close the door to this. And then we're moving into a future of perhaps life extension technology into mind uploading technology and other types of technologies that may be able to delay death indefinitely. And when I talk about mind uploading technology, I'm talking about specifically technology like a CAT scan or an MRI, where we, with someone's consent, scan their brain into a computer, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But what I'm saying to you and saying to your audience is that within a generation or two, or perhaps even this generation, we may have some people who may have the opportunity to either delay death indefinitely or be able to preserve life and have some type of digital immortality, which I feel is a very exciting opportunity for those who want to experience it. For those who don't, I think that you should have the right to be able to live as long as you want without any type of forcing you to do anything that you don't want. But the idea that is that, and many scientists have predicted that the first person to live past the year 200 has already been born, and perhaps much of this technology may be able to be used to allow them to avoid death indefinitely. And that to me is a really exciting opportunity. Moreover, types of technology like revivification. What do I mean by revivification? I mean people who were once dead being able to use technology to perhaps bring them back to life. Now, some people may say, how is that going to happen? Their body's decomposed. Is it their real brain? Those are questions for the future. But essentially, the idea is that we may be able to reverse engineer someone's DNA and put it in a clone of themselves, and perhaps using either photography or video or even just audio, some type of recording of them, be able to create some type of version of what their personality would be, perhaps some of their memories, and be able to bring back what we would once have considered to be a dead individual into some type of living condition. Now, is it the same person? Is it the same soul? These are all questions that are not for me to decide, but um, these are opportunities that perhaps this generation and the coming generations will have to um, at least may have some experience with. We already see in small mammals memory transfer from one animal to another. Essentially, you can take mice as an example and put them through a maze and take mouse A, it's able to complete the maze correctly after a few attempts. And then using types of brain computer interfaces or um, really generally be able to take the memory that of the neurons, the idea of the proper path through the maze, and transfer that into mouse B, and mouse B is able to do the maze the first time exactly correctly. That's considered in many ways a successful memory transfer. And if we can do that with small mammals, who's to say we wouldn't be able to do that with humans in the future? We're really at the precipice of something really amazing where we are evolving from one type of traditional Homo sapien into some type of hybrid individual that is able to extend the normal life expectancy that it once had, that is able to perhaps delay death or reverse age, and then perhaps be able to transfer memories, personality, and other aspects of what we consider to make us human into another being, and perhaps be able to avoid death indefinitely and create some kind of indefinite digital immortality? These are just extremely in, important questions that I don't necessarily being had or don't hear being had. Generally, people are more worried about how many Instagram followers they have, or uh, perhaps what their favorite restaurant is, and that the review of that. It's not the questions that we are asking ourselves in society, I don't feel are big enough. And some of these questions that I review on my streams, and really talk about on a daily basis, are what I feel are important to humanity. So those are some of the ideas that I talk about, and that I write about. And so for anyone who's interested in these, discord.me is /rabbi, discord.me /rabbi. You'll get a link to my Discord. You can connect with me 24 hours a day there. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. You don't have to be Jewish, you don't have to be religious. All I ask is that you're an adult, and if you have any kind of question or you have any kind of concern, come to me. Let's talk it out. I want to be as good of a resource as I can. For those who don't want to necessarily connect with me, they can always view my life live on YouTube and some of those other platforms that I mentioned. And for those who just want to read what I've done, rabbirothschild.medium.com is where you can find that information. Um, and so, with that, I do want to just get into a few things of where I perhaps see humanity moving in the future, just a timeline basically. So at least maybe for the next half century or so, what are we going to be finding? Would that be okay, Caesar? Absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah, so it's an excellent question. What we believe is that our Mashiach, Messiah, our Savior, has not yet arrived, and that when they do come, they will usher in a new world, essentially, known as the world to come, and the revivification of the dead will actually occur. For those people who have already passed, there is a period of cleanse that occurs for the first 11 months after death, generally. And then from there, the interpretations vary, but generally, mainstream centrist orthodoxy believes that we are in some type of Gan Eden or Garden of Eden state, perhaps reading and learning at what is metaphorically known as the right hand of God. And the idea that perhaps the Messiah figure, Mashiach, will one day come and deliver uh, humanity into this world to come, will essentially usher in a world that may be able to avoid death altogether, which would speak to exactly what you're saying. Like, is there some type of um, uh, indefinite future for humanity? And that's the traditional view from an Orthodox standpoint. There are also some ideas of this resurrection of the dead. The Orthodox perspective is that there will be that there is a perhaps a question of life after death throughout our history. Um, not just within Judaism, but humanity in general wants to know what happens to a person after they die and such. And generally, Judaism teaches that death is real, but it is not the ultimate conclusion of existence. We believe that that our Creator Hashem, who brought life into existence from nothing, has the power to restore life after death, and then the idea of a resurrection, a revival of the dead, may occur in the future. This is part of the 13 principles of faith of Rabbi Moses Maimonides, known as the Rambam, who was a rabbi from approximately 1138 to 1204 of the Common Era. And he thought this idea was so important that in the 13 principles of faith that he discusses for a Jew to believe that this was central to the belief to our belief system. Now, there's an idea that we discuss about a difference between an immortal soul and the resurrection. Judaism does not view humans as only souls. Some philosophies teach that the body is temporary and the soul alone matters, and physical existence is unimportant. Traditional Judaism rejects this separation. We believe that the human being is a unity between body, soul, consciousness, and moral action, and state that the Torah teaches that Hashem, or God, created the human being as a complete person. The idea of the biblical foundations of a resurrection come from the prophet Daniel. One of the clearest references states that many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth will awaken, and there are perhaps prophets that the interpretations of prophets discusses future restoration. Ezekiel's vision of dry bones, basically, there is a vision of dry bones. Ezekiel sees bones scattered in a valley, and God asks, "Can these bones live?" The message is that God restores them, and this prophecy symbolizes restoration and really a national revival. Uh, the the commentators, specifically within Judaism, also discuss it in connection with the resurrection. The idea of the Talmudic teaching and resurrections perhaps debated, certainly, but the Talmud generally just it teaches that denying resurrection is a serious theological error, and the rabbis of the Talmud consider resurrection a major belief. So the idea it exists. Why would God resurrect the dead? Because God is the source of life, and we within Judaism believe that God created life. Therefore, death is not beyond God's ability. If God can create a person from nothing, restoring a person is not a greater challenge. And we think that resurrection has a relationship with divine justice. There's a problem of incomplete justice in our world. A righteous person may suffer, a wicked person may prosper, but within Judaism, we learn that the story does not necessarily end there, that a resurrection demonstrates God remembering every person, that our moral choices matter, and that human life has eternal significance. So, really, without going too much more in depth, yes, Judaism does believe that there is something more that occurs after death. There's certainly the idea of Gan Eden after a period of generally 11 months for righteous people and perhaps slightly longer, maybe a year for the wicked. We do experience a type uh, state with God and God Eden, and we are all awaiting our Mashiach to come, our Messiah to come, to usher in a world to come. And then from there, there are some changes perhaps that may occur within humanity, like the animals may no longer um, prey on each other, that death itself may be uh, avoided, and generally the nations will come together, as well as the lost tribes within the Israeli family or just Judaism in general will be brought together. But without going into the specifics of what happens in the world to come, yes, Judaism does believe that there is something after death. Well, it's an excellent question. I don't necessarily see them as conflicting. The idea of a resurrection of the dead is very similar to what I discussed with revivification, the idea of bringing back someone who was once dead uh, back to life. The idea of the um, the unknown exists within the scientific field as it does somewhat within a religious field. Uh, the the idea of having death as not necessarily being the something that is the end of anything has been contemplated from both scientific and theological standpoints for since the dawn of time, really. That perhaps we don't necessarily end when our bodies end. Uh, there's, I would say, some major questions that exist from both a religious standpoint and a secular standpoint, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they contradict. The idea of revivification of the dead can work within a religious standpoint and it can work within a scientific standpoint. The idea of um, perhaps an idea of world peace is certainly a secular idea, but it's also a religious idea within the world to come. Uh, there really isn't much in terms of conflict. Now, some may say, well, is this because of uh, this idea of Mashiach? Was it always about, or is this something that has been brought into a belief system post Tanakh or after basically the Hebrew Bible? And um, there, the idea of a Messiah figure within Judaism is not specifically stated. This is something that basically does come about in the writings of the and discussions of the rabbis after Tanakh. Now, there are some perhaps hints on some of these ideas. Um, and really, when we talk about a Messiah like figure from a religious standpoint, Mashiach, what does that mean? It means anointed one. Um, so the idea is to anoint with oil. And there's an idea that Mashiach will be a king uh, who will not be crowned by merely placing a crown upon their head, but they will be anointed with sacred oil. Um, and there have been other anointed people within the Bible, within the Hebrew Bible. Every king of Israel is technically a Mashiach. So were certain priests. Even a foreign ruler receives the title. So some examples are Aaron, the high priest, Saul, David, Solomon, and Cyrus the Great. A foreign ruler received the title. So Mashiach does not it didn't originally refer to one specific individual. Instead, it describes someone appointed by God. Only later does Judaism speak of the Mashiach, meaning the final king from the house of David. So I should clarify. Certainly, within Tanakh, there's the idea of Mashiach, an anointed one, but we're talking about a Messiah-like figure, the final king from the house of David. And um, the this idea is in line, perhaps, with some secular beliefs as well, that we could have a great leader on earth who unites the world, and perhaps we move toward with an idea of world peace, who has a very peaceful leadership style. And that's a secular idea that has been around for generations as well, that we are moving perhaps towards a time of world peace. And from a secular standpoint, I think we are. I talk a lot about the scientific future of humanity and getting off world and terraforming other planets. But in order to do those things, we need peace on Earth. We can't be terraforming Mars while we have civil wars here on Earth amongst humanity. And so there's the idea that perhaps we will have a leader in the future who is able to help to unite humanity under a peaceful veil so that we can begin terraforming other planets and and exploring the inner solar system and the outer solar system, and eventually interstellar travel. So these are certainly scientific ideas that coincide with religious ideas as well. And the idea of Mashiach is really just an anointed person. Um, there's an idea of what does the messianic age look like, and it is not necessarily portrayed in Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible as an escape from the physical world. It's really a renewal of the world. Prophets repeatedly describe flourishing agriculture, justice in the courts, peace among the nations, honesty in commerce, faithful worship, security in the land, and harmony between peoples. Those are all secular ideas that some may say we're moving toward flourishing agriculture with things like vertical farming and agricultural drones and perhaps floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses and perhaps hydroponics and cloud seeding. Certainly, justice in the courts with the International Criminal Court and um, peace among the nations with perhaps the United Nations. Now, I'm not saying we're there yet, but honesty in commerce with um, really the just arguably we're moving more and more towards that. There are arguments against this as well, but security in the land and harmony between the people, these are all both religious and secular ideas that coincide. So really, I personally see the idea of the world to come, or a messianic figure, or perhaps even the idea of how can we have science and perhaps religion coincide. They don't necessarily contradict, in my opinion. Does that answer your question? Great question. It depends how you want to define AI. To me, AI is a tool, just like fire. Fire can be used for good or bad. Fire can be used to cook, which is good, or burn, which is generally considered bad. The wheel can be considered great, a good thing in terms of transportation, but also a bad thing in terms of causing harm to someone, running over your foot, or whatever it may be. And the same could be said about steam and electricity and the computer. AI itself, I think we should refer to as a tool. Now, there's an argument to be made. Once AI is able to, we move from artificial narrow intelligence to artificial general intelligence and into artificial super intelligence. Does it become conscious? What does that mean for humanity? Is it should it be treated? Should it have rights like a human? These are questions for humanity to perhaps be able to discover. In terms of artificial superintelligence, a type of technology that far surpasses human intelligence. At what point do we consider it to be God? It depends how you want to define God, and that's really a question that everyone has within themselves. I find a lot of people can get on board with my just very simple definition of what God is. It's perhaps similar to uh, a philosopher about 400 years ago, Baruch Spinoza. But God is energy, and if you want to get into more, um, of what God is, those are all perhaps ideas that people can debate. But from a religious standpoint, many people can agree that God is energy. And from a secular standpoint, they can believe that if you're going to refer to a God, then energy is a great word that you can use as a placeholder. Does that mean that's all it is? No, it's really just a placeholder word. But that's a different being than AI. So AI, even if it becomes a, which it will, artificial super intelligence, it becomes this all-knowing being, at least within what we're doing on Earth. That doesn't mean that perhaps extraterrestrials or other species around not just the galaxy but the universe are don't already have their own AI systems that are far superior than that. And that doesn't mean that they all can't coexist under what we consider to be energy, or what we consider to be really a scientific type of God. Um, this is the same, this Baruch Spinoza type of definition of God. is what Einstein believed. So, for those who hold Einstein in high regard, Einstein believed that he believed in Spinoza's God, and he's on the record for that of saying that. And while I don't necessarily know exactly what that entails, to me, the idea of the energy that allows someone to appreciate a sunset or the beauty in their child's face or love of a spouse, whatever allows that to occur, that to me is God. That to me is really special. But that to me is different than what AI is. So the the energy that allows AI to be powered and all of that, there's certainly some idea of God in that, but that doesn't mean that we've created a new God. We've just created a really powerful tool. And for those who would like more clarification of this, the true answer is we don't know. I don't know as a rabbi. No priest knows this. No imam knows this. No one knows. These are just the traditions that we've been taught. But in the end, we must remember that we have to be somewhat agnostic because no one really knows anything. And we have to be brave to be able to admit that. Yes, I can understand how you believe that. But can you unplug AI? Yes. Can you unplug God? Traditionally, no. So that's one major difference in it. Um, so the idea, at least the way that I am able to systematically understand, is that AI is a tool that has been created by humanity and perhaps has been created by other species around the universe, perhaps, that is able to be controlled. It can get to the point where it becomes perhaps conscious and perhaps can endure emotion and all of the other aspects that one considers to be human. But does it need energy in order to run? Yes, generally. Is it able to be stopped? Yes, generally. If a meteor, for now, but even if a meteor hits the data center wherever it's stored, generally, if it doesn't ever done it backwards, which many times it does, but let's just say all of those were wiped out, it ceases to exist. The idea of God, being at least from an energy standpoint, seems to continue no matter what type of environmental stresses are brought into the um, into the scenario. And so, does AI have many godlike aspects, like omniscience, perhaps, or some types of omnipotence, or in some ways, uh, yes. But even humanity shares some characteristics of God. We're made in God's image traditionally, and perhaps some aspects of AI are also reflective of of God because it's really a AI is a reflection of humanity itself. So we would expect it to have some of the same characteristics. But at the end of the day, can you unplug AI? At some point, yeah. Can you unplug God? Generally, both from a religious standpoint, no. And from a secular standpoint, the idea is, well, we don't know, and that's a completely honest take. And even for those from a scientific perspective, we're willing to say, if God exists, then God is energy. If God exists, but we don't know, and something that we really can't, at least from a human standpoint, ever really understand completely. Uh, from that aspect, we 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 don't know. But really, it gets to the philosophical idea: can you really know anything? Um, it's very philosophical, and the idea is no. The more that you learn, the less you know. It's very philosophical, and so if you can't really know anything, then the idea exists perhaps that you will never know if God exists. And then thus there's an argument to be made you'll never know if AI is God because you can't really know anything. It's very paradoxical, but really to summarize, AI is a tool that humans have created. God, if God exists, which no one can prove, no one, at least from a humanistic standpoint, will ever be able to prove, and that's a very honest take that we don't know. If God exists, perhaps God has powers beyond that of which AI has. Yeah, um, it depends how you look at it. The idea generally comes from Bereshit, from Genesis, really meaning that humanity was uniquely designed to reflect God's character, relational capacity, and purpose on earth. Um, this generally is the consensus that this represents a spiritual and moral likeness rather than a physical one. So when we say, at least from a Judaic standpoint, we believe that God is incorporeal, like basically God doesn't have a body, but we still can understand that God created mankind in his own image, and in the image of God uh, who created us, generally it goes into the idea of male and female. However, this, as we can see in the modern age, um, many people feel that that might be a limited scope. And if we really move into a world of the future, and someone can perhaps be a man for 100 years and then maybe want to upload their mind into a female equivalent of them, well, then perhaps that's some type of uh, transhuman like opportunity that wasn't foreseen in the Bible, and that the idea of the Bible may be for an epic or like a time, it may have a time and place on earth and may be well respected. But as we get off planet and as we begin to perhaps just explore the stars, the idea that the Bible will have a necessary bearing on us as it once did and won't be interpreted as perhaps familial traditions is yet to be decided. But uh, as we have seen, the idea of God making man in his own image generally is that the human race was granted a particular likeness of God, but it doesn't mean that we were granted everything from God. Just there's a particular likeness there, and that uh, go ahead. Many people um, have that type of interpretation. Now, the idea as Jacob um, basically fought with God. Some people say struggles with God, and that could be more metaphorical. Um, the the idea is that it perhaps could have been a uh, not God necessarily God himself. Perhaps it was a messenger, but there's certainly the idea. that this stranger, whatever it was, asked Jacob for his name, and by answering Jacob, he essentially confessed that he was manipulative. There was a manipulative nature, and the figure who Jacob eventually realized was God Himself gave him a new name, Israel. And so God explained that the new name meant he struggles with God, which is what Israel means. Um, and the idea is because you have. Mhm. That's exactly right. Yeah. So Israel means he struggles with God, and the idea is because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome, God then blessed him there in the wilderness. So the idea is, could a human defeat God from a realistic standpoint? I mean, traditionally you would say no, that's impossible. God's all powerful and all knowing and all of those things. So perhaps this is metaphorical, and this is there was a mysterious figure who Jacob eventually realized was God. It could be metaphorical as well, but yes, the country of Israel, the nation of Israel, takes its name from this event, meaning he struggles with God. It depends how you want it. It absolutely could. It depends on most certainly. It's up to interpretation. Um, at least in Hebrew, the idea of the name Israel being one who wrestles or fights with God, it is metaphorical in some ways, because could a human really fight with God or struggle with God? Uh, Perhaps if the idea is that when going into the wilderness and the mysterious being that appeared and engaged with Jacob in an intense wrestling match that lasts all night uh, could be some type of internal struggle that Jacob was just experiencing. Uh, Really, we're looking at documents that are thousands of years old, and there are different interpretations. But nevertheless, the idea that as daybreak approaches, the stranger, whatever it was, realized that it could not easily overpower Jacob, and basically, as the story goes, uh, touched Jacob's hip socket, dislocating it with a single touch. And the idea is that this crippled Jacob, but Jacob refused to let his opponent go and demanded, I will not go unless you bless me, and demanded this blessing. And it's one of the reasons why the stranger asks for the name, and by answering Jacob, he essentially confesses this manipulative nature. And the idea of Jacob means either heel grabber or deceiver, uh, but that name was then changed to Israel, meaning struggles with God. And the idea of struggling with God is something that can be interpreted from a physical standpoint, as some understand the text to be, but also could be a metaphorical standpoint. There are people who have their own personal struggles with God every single day, or whatever they want to consider it, struggles with life, struggles with themselves, and thus the name of a humanistic struggle with perhaps God in one way or another may be apt or appropriate. Well, there's the idea, at least within from a Judaic standpoint, that we have a soul, and this idea it really it changes over time. So the idea of the soul before someone was created um, gets into reincarnation. So it, so we believe that the soul does pre-exist. It is, but as as would make sense with Israel being the ancient Near East and closer to more Eastern religions than than the Western religions, this idea of resurrection or pardon me, reincarnation does exist. But at least from a Talmudic and even within Kabbalah or Jewish mysticism, human souls are created by God before they are born and reside in a spiritual realm. Many refer to as the Guf, or it's a treasury of souls. And we hold that the soul is eternal and it's a divine spark. Before birth, it exists in a pure spiritual state. When it is time for the person to be born, God places that soul into the physical body, giving it free will to make moral choices and accomplish its purpose in the physical world. Now, the idea, how does this work with reincarnation and perhaps the world to come? Um, it the idea of reincarnation is a more is a later developed idea. So, at least within mainstream biblical Judaism, the focus, especially within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, is primarily of this world. Jewish mysticism, so what we reference as Kabbalah, formalized the ideas and explores the concept of reincarnation. Um, Basically, it's an idea of rolling or cycling, and we traditionally believe that the purpose is that souls return to earth to rectify past mistakes and fulfill specific commandments, or what we call mitzvot, that were missed, or assist someone else. The concept is that a single soul can inhabit multiple successive bodies until it completes its unique divine mission. And many people find comfort in this, that reincarnation explains cosmic justice, offering an explanation for why good people suffer and providing a second chance to achieve spiritual perfection. Now, there's the idea that we talked about a little earlier, the afterlife, or Olam Haba. It's basically the world to come. The afterlife does have the idea of that Gan Eden, or what many people in other traditions can call heaven, but it's not exactly the same. It's really a realm where the soul enjoys unmatched spiritual closeness to God and reaps the rewards of good deeds. There is a refining process, a temporal state of spiritual cleansing, as mentioned earlier, 11 months, or a maximum of 12 months, where the soul sheds its earthly attachments and sins. And then the ultimate future, which is the resurrection of the dead. Now, at least the idea of the soul existing before the it enters the body does exist, but to be completely candid, no one really knows. These are just traditional belief systems. But from what you're experiencing in your location, the idea of the soul existing before it's in the body is consistent with what we believe as Jews. Well, I understand uh, your thoughts on that. That generally goes against one of the 13 principles of faith within Judaism, of at least Rambam or Rabbi Moses Maimonides, that God doesn't have a corporeal body. God is incorporeal, and generally, this was a major aspect of halakha or Jewish law to separate Judaism from the idea that perhaps the Nazarene or perhaps any kind of messianic figure that came about around 33 of the Common Era or so, and was interpreted to be the uh, Son of God, or other interpretations to really separate Judaism from that, and the idea that God is God and humans are humans, and there isn't an overlap there. Now, some people may say we're made in the image, or of course, we believe from a religious standpoint we're made in the image and likeness of God. Um, that that's really not disputed, but the idea that God could be part human, Jews generally avoid that, and the reason is, if God is part human and humans die, then does that mean God dies? And that goes against at least our traditional halakha, or Jewish law and Jewish teachings. We avoid any idea that God dies, while other religions, or at least denominations of certain religions, tend to believe that. So uh, you're certainly free to believe whatever you like, but at least for it's an excellent it's an excellent question. Uh, well, it depends how we define the spiritual dimension. So, what do we mean by that? Do we mean the consciousness? Um, like these are certainly questions, and a question that you asked earlier: could science perhaps bring back the Watchers? I'm someone who thinks science can do anything, and when I say anything, if we can develop time travel, then perhaps we can somehow take a time machine back to the times of the Hebrew Bible and know what was really interpreted then. There are other ideas. There are many ways to perhaps time travel, and time travel itself, without going into the major specifics because it's a big discussion, but I think is perhaps important to have just for a moment. Uh, Time travel is something that is already possible, and we already have to plan for it. And so, what do we mean? Like special relativity, traveling near the speed of light causes time to pass more slowly for the traveler. This was proposed by Albert Einstein. Time dilation has been experimentally confirmed. Astronauts age slightly slower than people on Earth. Faster speeds create greater time differences, and this allows travel into the future, not necessarily the past. And then within general relativity, strong gravity slows time. Massive objects warp spacetime. Clocks run slower near strong gravity. GPS satellites already must account for this effect. Black holes create extreme time dilation, and future time travel becomes theoretically possible. Now, there are other ways to time travel, including black hole dilations and wormholes and cosmic strings and Tipler cylinders. I don't want to go into all of those, but what I am saying is that there may be a way to actually observe, perhaps, things that have already occurred. Now, take for instance the idea if we could ever travel faster than the speed of light, perhaps using a wormhole. If we could, imagine we're able to outpace light as it is emitted from Earth and travel deep into the cosmos and be able to observe the initial creation of the Earth with a very long telescope. We could basically look back on Earth and fast forward up until, say, 3000 before the Common Era, and actually see exactly what the interpretations that these ancient peoples were having in real time. Now, that's a very scientific aspect of how to be able to observe this, but the idea is we would be able to know, were these fallen angels, were these giants, what is exactly being referenced, and if that is possible, and we could zoom in that much, there's a very good chance we could continue to zoom in and look at the DNA of these individuals and be able to at least take a snapshot of that DNA and perhaps create this DNA, or create this being, a clone of this being at a later time, and have a one-to-one match of whatever was interpreted to be here on Earth thousands of years ago in the future. So I don't want to say that even that is necessarily impossible. With science, anything is possible, and thus the idea of perhaps being able to have the interpretation of whatever the ancient peoples referenced in the Bible is a possibility as well. If I told you that I believe that Adam and Eve were the only two and everything went exactly with what we find in Bereshit in the creation story, I would not be truthful. And any rabbi who tells you that is either being irrational or they're being untruthful. So the way that I've heard this interpreted in classes within synagogues and even spoken about it is that perhaps the idea of creation is metaphorical, that creation occurs within 7 days. And there are interpretations that perhaps Earth might be 7 billion years old or something like that. And that the ancient people, not to say it was a one-to-one correlation, but they were just doing their best to be able to perhaps give a story as to from where they came. And they did not have the science that we have today to be able to understand evolution and common ancestry that are more scientific ideas. So the idea of Adam and Eve or just a creation story, anyone who tells you that's exactly how it happened is either being irrational to some elements of science or they're lying to you. Now, do I know exactly how it happened? No, but at least from a traditional science perspective, we are Homo sapiens. We previously evolved from perhaps Homo erectus and moving back into a shared, perhaps um, uh, a mammal that all mammals can connect to a common ancestor. And then from there, common ancestors with birds and reptiles and amphibians and fish, and moving that even further back to common ancestors of uh, prokaryotic bacteria, perhaps. But then what I'm open to, and I don't hear it discussed very often, but especially within scientific perspectives, and if you get into certain elements of science, is the idea of panspermia, that perhaps life came to Earth off site, either from a meteor or perhaps from another species, meaning like an extraterrestrial. We have extraterrestrial origin, and this is something that I don't necessarily dismiss either. That Earth itself could be a zoo, just like we have zoos where we study animals or have animals in the wild and we tag them. Perhaps some type of extraterrestrial or multiple extraterrestrial species are doing the same with humans. And this is in line with really more modern day whistleblowers. One who I'll reference is named Chaim Eshed. He, for those who don't know, Chaim Eshed was the former head of the Israeli Space Agency, and he disclosed in 2020 that there is a perhaps galactic federation that alleges cooperation between extraterrestrials and humans and lends credibility with his background. He's not just a scientist, but he was also a brigadier general within Israel. He's one of the top 24 military officers within the entire Israeli Defense Force at one time, and he wrote a book in 2020 that references this story and that perhaps we aren't alone. And much of Israel is a secular country and has secular ways, and many people believed in this story, or at least lend credibility to these claims, particularly because Chaim Mashed uh, had nothing to lose. He was in his 80s when he made these claims, and more recently, actually up until last month, last in June of 2026, still alive, 93 years old, and did not recant anything that he had said. That he still believed these ideas that uh, perhaps there is a galactic federation and that multiple extraterrestrials belong to it, and humanity is being observed, and contact is limited because humanity is not ready. If that's the case, and perhaps humanity was seated here, something that's known as guided panspermia, or there are other interpretations of what to name it, then the entire creation story somewhat has to become a metaphor. But that doesn't mean that it can't still be part of our family traditions, or can't be part of what we understood ancient peoples to interpret where we are today, or how we got to be where we were. If we didn't have an answer and we didn't have all of the knowledge of evolution and perhaps panspermia or guided panspermia or any of these things, and our children asked us, how did we all start? The idea of Adam and Eve would be a completely reasonable beginning from a non scientific perspective. But with the advent of science, and especially within a scientific mind, as I have and many of my rabbinical colleagues have, in public, and a much more growing contingent feels that much of what perhaps is in the Bible is either up to some extent has been interpreted. There's no doubt about that, and that much of it may be metaphorical. For those who believe that it is absolutely, completely the 100% truth, well, there are some what some people reference as some perhaps contradictions, and those are difficult to grasp, and there are paradoxes that are difficult to grasp. I mean, one of the major paradoxes that exists within these ideas of God that I've struggled with, but everyone should struggle with if there is a God. If God is all powerful, this idea of omnipotence, could God create a rock so large that not even God could lift it? This is what's known as the omnipotence paradox. So let's think about this. Okay, God can do anything because they're all powerful. Okay, so could they create a really large rock? Absolutely, because they're all powerful. Could they create the rock so large that not even they, as God, could lift it? It's one of those things where your mind goes, does not compute. It's a paradox. We can't get past that. And so, for the religious who want to believe that everything in Scripture is exactly correct, you will run into paradoxes that cause your brain to at least have some type of mystery. And some people may say that's some of uh, the beautiful aspects within a religion or within a faith. At least within Judaism, we believe a lot of these questions will be answered within the Messianic age. That there will essentially be layers of mystery that will be peeled away almost like an onion, so that we can get to the core aspects of truth and what was interpreted. And perhaps the creation story will be able to be will be able to happen as well. And for anyone who's listening, uh, I'm a I'm a modern Orthodox Jewish rabbi, but in many ways I consider myself to be postmodern Orthodox, because I understand that with these claims of Chaim Mashed of the Israeli Space Agency, this brings in a lot of questions that really are outside of traditional religious thought. But additionally, I am member and have been a member of Hasidic dynasties as well, and Hasidic synagogues or shuls, including Chabad, which is probably the most public of these. And I've brought these questions to my rabbinical colleagues, and they don't necessarily want to think that the Bible isn't all truth, because that's a really nice thing that we've believed our entire existence and going back to our ancestry, but it's doesn't have all of the answers for which we're looking, and science does have many of those answers for which we're looking, and there is a growing contingent that understands. I mean, and I've heard it within my own Orthodox synagogues, uh, rabbinical colleagues stating that creation could be metaphorical, and the, right. It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. It's certainly something that is open to interpretation in someone's mind. Certainly, um, the idea that so, in answer to your earlier question, uh, the Bible may not contain all of the answers, or it doesn't reference it. So, at least within rabbinic tradition, we explain that the brothers, at least between Cain and Abel, did not exist alone. Each was born with twin sisters who later became their wives to populate the earth. Well, there's a question. Okay, well, these are brothers who married their sisters. These are just ways to interpret this. There's the idea of uh, Cain having a twin sister, Akalima or Labuda, and Abel's twin was Azura or Kalima. And then we have Seth, the third explicitly named son of Adam and Eve, who was born after Abel's death. And generally within Jewish lore, Seth was born with a face resembling Adam and considered the righteous ancestor from whom all future humanity, including Noah, descends. There are also discussions of daughters of Adam. Even within Bereshit or Genesis, there's a mention that Adam had other sons and daughters. Some rabbinic texts suggest Adam had as many as 33 sons and 23 daughters over his 930-year lifespan. But even that question of 930 years gives us, lends some questionability of what was considered a year. Was it really 930 rotations uh, or revolutions around the sun? Um, and then, even within Cain's genealogy, within Genesis, there are highlights of several descendants who perhaps invented foundational human crafts. These include the first nomad to live in to create tents, and inventors of musical instruments, and the first metal worker. And uh, these aren't explicitly mentioned as to some of these interpretations. So you're right to question th- these these stories, and I would say that the whoever you believe to have written the Bible. Within a Jewish standpoint, we believe it's Moses, who essentially was received this from God. Um, there are still questions that exist, and there isn't perfect. There isn't there are questions, there are mysteries that exist, and many ways from a rabbinic standpoint that we interpret this as either perhaps not everything was written, that there were things that were to be assumed, or perhaps for whatever reason, perhaps to give religion or creation even more of a mystery than it already has. That they were that some of these stories or some of these individuals were omitted. But in answer to your earlier question, do I or even any truthful and rational individual believe Adam and Eve is exactly how it worked? The probabilities are extremely low of that, and moreover, the probabilities of it being metaphorical are taught within Orthodox Jewish circles, and I would say the even if Moses is the person who wrote this, he was just doing his best, and perhaps God, in the interpretation in Moses and explaining this to Moses, felt that going any more into specificity was beyond the knowledge base of what Moses could comprehend. Meaning, maybe Moses couldn't understand evolution and shared or common um, ancestors, and getting into perhaps the idea of panspermia or whatever the interpretation would be. The easiest way to do this is to say there's Adam and Eve, and everybody basically comes from them. Oh, absolutely, Caesar. I'd love to. Yeah, that's certainly Shaker Heights and some of the other areas there. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, yeah. And for anyone who is interested, I speak extensively on the Chaim Eshed topic on another podcast that just aired within the last week or so on the Jeff Mara podcast. So anyone just YouTube Jeff Mara podcast, and you can see my discussion with Jeff from mid July. And I would love to, with you, Caesar, go really in depth with that story because it's fascinating, including Chaim Shed makes claims about the Trump administration knowing that there's perhaps some kind of course, Galactic Federation, some of the ideas of what's going on at um, at Skinwalker Ranch. He makes claims to the idea of what's going on Mars, perhaps. And very interesting, just happened last month. As I said, he basically went underground, so to speak, for like 5 years. And between December of 2020 and July of 2026, we really don't hear from him. But he recently had an interview with Uri Geller, for many people know from supernatural claims and which we won't go into right now, but basically stated, Chaim Mashed stated that he was visited by some kind of men in black figures who told him basically to not talk about this. Even at 87 years old, he decided that it was in his best interest to not. but apparently at age 93 or so, he was willing to talk about it. So, yes, I'd love to talk about that topic with you in depth. So, yes, whenever you'd like, feel free to contact me. We will make arrangements, and I would love to do this again, Caesar. And before we close, go ahead. Before we close, do you mind if I remind people where they can find all of my social media and such? Excellent. Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filtered by live. You will find more content there than any other creator. And I'm not just live 24/7 from one stream, nor two, nor 10, but at least 25 or so different streams. If you type in hashtag viral rabbi, you can put that in any social media and find more content than you will ever find on any influencer ever. Feel free to join me in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. 24 hours a day, I'm there to lend pastoral support to both Jews and non Jews, both the religious and the secular. I want to help people in as many ways as possible and give people a way to reach out to me and for me to give back to them. All of my social media can be found on linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. My writings can be found at rabbirothschild.medium.com. And with that, Caesar, thank you so much for the time. I want to thank your audience for the opportunity. And I look forward to connecting with you again soon. I do as well. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Just type in linktree.com, linktee.com, and then /RABBI, and then my last name, Rothschild, Rothschild, Rothschild. And, and then, yes, and you should see like a pink thing. If you're not, yes, I put, yes, yeah. So I do that just as a joke. I do that as a joke. That so when I was a kid or like younger, being a pimp meant a cool person, and so perhaps that throws people off. But yes, it was always like a cool thing, like a guy who was like almost like I could say, warning, rabbi is cool. I could put not warning either. That throws people off where it says warning. But then when you get to know me, you recognize, oh, this person is really cool. They talk about religion, they talk about science, and from there you can. Go ahead. Okay, okay, excellent. Well, so sometimes YouTube gets rid of my streams. Um, do you see where it says more than, it's the first link, more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live streams archiving the life of Rabbi Rothschild, real life Truman Show? Okay, if you click that, and now look how many, and that will happen. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're referencing. I can remove that, yeah. And perhaps to not throw people up, I'll remove that on the pin. But that was always just kind of a funny thing that when I was a kid, that most certainly. Now, that link that showed up, that first one that says more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live streams, did that open up for you? Okay, now can you scroll? And that's okay. I'll remove that first YouTube link. But if you scroll down, do you see how many live streams I'm on? Like, they're not just videos. They're, yeah, they're all live, which name another creator that you know who's on live on more than one YouTube stream. It's really rare. So for me to be live on so many different live streams is really unique. And um, I would say that there's a lot of data that I've been uploading, obviously, over the course of the last almost 5 years or so. And you should know that. So you may be like, well, why do you lose a YouTube stream? Which is a great question. Because I'm live streaming my life, a lot of times I get copyright strikes that I don't even mean to get. Like, for instance, we had the World Cup final on Sunday, and I wanted to watch the World Cup final. So I have to turn the sound down. But as I'm sure you're likely aware, that YouTube has an algorithm, and if it can detect that you're playing copyrighted content, even though I'm not showing it on my screen, it's just in the background, I can get a copyright strike for that. And sometimes you don't even get three copyright strikes before they remove your account. Sometimes it's just a one and done kind of a deal. So in order, yeah. So in order to avoid that type of an issue, what I do is I every 6 months or so stop using most or all of my YouTube streams and kind of archive them and then start a brand new account. So I have that's why I have over 100 YouTube streams or whatever. But yes, it is the largest compilation of human data and global history, and I really feel in my heart if I continue to do this and I continue to be on podcasts such as yours and other people's, somebody's going to hear what I say and say, you know what, I've never heard some of the things that that person's referencing, whether it be xenobiology or Santa Claus machines, and they're going to look into what I do, and then it's going to be the biggest treasure hunt of global history because they're going to tell a friend, and that friend's going to tell a friend, and it's going to be a global phenomenon. Look, I've been doing it almost 5 years now. Hopefully, I don't have to do it for 10 years. I have the plans, though, to do this for the rest of my life. And eventually, somebody's going to find out about what I do. And then they're going to basically find more data on a single individual than anyone in history, which is going to have major effects on AI because AI needs human examples on which to build its models, and I have more data for AI to be able to study than any person in global history, which means I may have a major impact on AI, on biology, on aging, on micro behavior and just behavior in general, micro gestures on sleep, circadian rhythms, eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, breathing habits, blinking habits, you name it. I feel like humanity will want to study at least a good amount of the data that I've archived because I have it from so many different angles over such a long period of time. So I think that you were brave to take me on as a guest. I hope that your audience finds what I have to say to be interesting, and I think the world, when they find out about what I've done, will find this to be one of the great achievements in global history. God willing. Absolutely, absolutely. As do I. So apologies, we'll get into Chaim Shed and anything else. If you think of something over the time, write it down or whatever. And before we meet, let me know if there's anything pressing that you want to review, and we will. I found our discussions today on ancient scriptures to be quite interesting, especially with the balance of the more modern age and different interpretations that we have. And I look forward to October. Do you want to put something on the calendar now, or do you want to wait? No issue at all. Absolutely. And in the meantime, if there's anything that you need from me, please let me know. Reach out to me. If you don't mind, I will send you my links. If you could put them in the description so that people have access to them directly. And again, if you need anything in the meantime, let me know. If not, let's plan on this fall, okay? Thank you. You too, Caesar. Bye. Just so you know, Caesar, can you hear me? Oh, man, that was great. Caesar, thank you so much. How funny is it that Caesar, if you ever watch this, there's another guy named Caesar who I've done podcasts with, and we were supposed to do one. When were we supposed to do it? We were supposed to do one like just a couple weeks ago. I've already done one with him, and so when you emailed me, if you're watching this ever, I thought it was at that Caesar. So with that Caesar, I was ready to talk about completely different things. That's why I had to be so like, wait, what's your, what is your audience and everything? How did it go? Well, I should have known, like, Caesar's had different last names, but I thought he changed it or something. Not changed it, but like just changed the name of it. Are you happy? Yeah. Oh, wow. Are you happy? Yeah, dude, it was good. And Caesar, if you ever see this, you should definitely do that podcast with old people. That should be a thing. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like before a person dies. I don't know what do you call that? It's like memoiring or something. That's what it should be called, memoiring. Like a memoir podcast would be really interesting. Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Is there anything that you wish would have gone differently? No, it was fine. Oh, it was just fine, not good? No, it was good. I'm happy with it. What would you have done differently? I should have known that those are two different Caesars, but it's kind of hilarious that I would think that they were the same. But it's not because his email writes, I haven't forgotten about you and I'm still interested. But the other guy was like, hey, the other guy worked a lot too. That's why, like, both Caesars were working a lot. Really? Yeah. Are you happy with how that went? Yeah. Have you ever been happier? It was good. You've got another one to do tonight. Did you get to talk about everything you wanted to talk about? No. What did you want to go through? Dog. I want to go through timelines. Timelines are really important. Are you okay? Yeah. What did you think of the internet? Internet was good. Is there anything you would want to change? Um, no, it was good. I mean, I should have been better prepared, but what else? Are you happy?
Yeah, dog. I got another one tonight though, so.
Yep.
Yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be Yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be Yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be Yes, I'll have no fear, for she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, for she will be
Hey, I was just thinking about you. Now you live in Pimp. What the fuck? Yo, Tony, how you doing, big dog? I've been thinking about you.
I'm doing okay. I will be back. with my Alex, with my brother, the last lunchtime. Yep.
Okay, what do you mean?
Like I want to try it again. One more time.
Okay, that's good. That's a smart move. How's work? How's work?
Good.
So here's what I would do if I were you. I would say to him, Dad, I just started a job. You know this. I'm in day two. I would like to pay you rent. So you tell me what you think is fair for rent, and I'll give it to you. And you can
I
expect.
will take care of this.
What's that?
I was fired.
Shut up. What happened?
It happened like I was meeting and like problem with my scanner. So this take me a longer time and they thinks I was not deep enough. So I was good enough.
Did they tell you that today?
Yes.
Okay, can you get your other job where you were working temporarily?
Yeah.
Are they going to pay you for the 2 days you work?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it happened. So what did they say to you? Were you late to work?
No. 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 They said I was. They said I can be late because this is far away. So there's it doesn't matter.
But you were just slow when you were there?
Yes.
Okay, why were you slow?
Because I have seen my scanner doesn't work like they say. So I will need a new scanner, another new scanner, so that take long time.
I don't understand what you mean.
That scanner I have was laggy.
You
It
mean
was not good.
you mean you were not fast?
Scanner, scanner was in the mid function. Scanner, not me.
The schedule had mid-function. What does that mean?
Scanner, scanner.
Oh, the scanner had malfunction.
Yes, yes,
Did you tell them this?
yes,
Okay, so the scanner had malfunctions, not you. So you were fast,
yes,
and the scanner had malfunctions. And you explained to them, hey, the scanner's having malfunctions.
yes.
And they were like, you're fired?
They got a new one that was a little bit better. So I did what I need to do. I accident there. They said to me, he's not going to work with us.
Okay, but you can get your other job back that you were working nights or whatever?
I hope so.
Okay, did you contact them? And did you say, hey, I'd like to do that job again?
Tomorrow,
Why tomorrow?
because now it's like almost 10 p.m.
Okay. Are you going to ask your, where are you spending the night tonight?
In my dad's house.
Is he going to let you?
Yeah,
Okay, are you sure? Didn't he say that you had to get out?
yes, I'm 100 positive.
Okay, so are you at home?
I am in home door.
Okay, you go talk to him and then let me know what happened, okay? It's okay. It's okay. You'll get your job back, your other job. No big deal.
I feel stupid.
Don't feel stupid. You have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go.
He wins
He doesn't win.
like every.
Beg him if you need to beg him. And then let me know because you're gonna need support, okay?
Yeah,
All right. We'll see.
I I have a safe interview for next week. I have the call for police night shift for next week.
To be a police officer?
Boss of police.
You're not going to be the boss of police.
No, no, I am interview with you.
To
Interview.
be what?
I not job interview, podcast interview.
Oh, podcast interview. Oh, that's a big thing. Okay. Okay, but let's not worry about podcast. That's really cool, though. But let's not worry about that right now. Go beg your dad while he's still awake, and then let me know what happens, okay?
And I hate my grandma.
Yeah, your grandma's a bitch. But wait, let's just say this. I just said that to make you laugh. She has dementia. She can't control it. But that woman sucks.
Yeah, yeah.
Was she mean to you?
No, but he was cold.
What a bitch. All right, go win your dad over. Come on.
Uh, okay,
And then come back in here and let me know how it went, okay?
okay.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
God willing. Take care. Let's hope for some. Come on. Come on.
Oh yeah, yes I'll have no fear, oh she don't fear this year. Yes I'll have no fear, but she will be here this year. We promise she got now, we promise she got now, we don't run away. We promise she got now, she got now, we don't run away. Yes I'll have no fear, but she will be here this year. Oh yeah, yes I have no fear, but she don't feel this year. Yes I have no fear, but she will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. She just now. We don't run away. Yes I have no fear, but she will Oh yeah, yes I have no fear, but she don't feel this year. Yes I have no fear, but she will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. She just now. We don't run away. Yes I have no fear, but she will be. She just now. We promise she just now. Oh yeah, yes I have no fear, but she don't feel this year. Yes I have no fear, but she will be. We promise she just now. We promise she just now. We don't run away. We promise she just now. She just now. We don't run away. Yes I have no fear, but she will be. Oh yeah, yes I have no fear, for she don't fear this year. Yes I have no fear, for she don't fear. Oh yeah, yes I have no fear, for she don't fear this year. Yes I have no fear, for she don't fear. Oh yeah, yes I have no fear, for she don't fear this year. Yes I have no fear, for she don't Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. She got now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. You will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. She got now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. You will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. She got now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. You will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't fear this year. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. She got now. We don't run away. Yes, I'll have no fear, but she will be. You will be. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. We don't run away. We promise she got now. We promise she got now. Oh yeah, yes, I'll have no fear, but she don't
These strippers, motherfucker. Well, you say like this. It's not your first time. They're nice. People have a little bored, you know what I mean? Yeah. It says, warning, Rabbi is a pimp.
nutrition skills, strength, weight, time, and energy that tells you everything on your performance. Achieve and maintain your 2023 goals before you significant one ready to meet them. Start setting timers, email, and minute increments. Again, IOs, they love reviews, amazing, tastes amazing, looks extremely good, it's fresh, and before those emails are ready in just 2 minutes, all I do is eat and enjoy. You are the busy guys, stuff is priceless, your lifestyle, it's delicious flavorful meals that will give you the most keto quality smart eating, energy, protein plus options of innovation, refreshes, satisfy all the skinny keto quality smart
What up, baby? Are you there?